Good morning, friends. Should be... Yes, I have successfully unmuted myself. Excellent. Hello, welcome back to another Sunday. We are all wide awake here. Wide awake and ready for crochet. Because that's what I've got to do today. But yeah, hi. I'm SJ. I am here to do crochet things. And I hope you all are here to hang out. If you've got your own projects to work on, I encourage you to work on your own projects. But otherwise, we're just gonna hang out. I have not yet named Kara's duck, but because I have forgotten exactly what she wanted me to name it. Because she didn't put it in the text field of the request. Just put it in chat, and I don't remember how she wanted me to spell it. So we'll have to wait for her to arrive. Okay. So this is our blanket. Well, it's upside down at the moment. We're working from the bottom up. But the Digivice is done. I've fully finished the Digivice. Got its little antenna. So that's exciting. That's like 4 colors of yarn I've been able to get rid of. I do actually need to flip this around. Hang on. 1 second. The direction it goes. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. There we go. There we go. Now it's right side up. Yeah, we've got the Digivice got the Digivice fully done, which is very exciting. And we've got the first row here, starting out off Crest of Knowledge. So yeah, we are making good progress. Like I've been saying, I'm on track. I'm not worried about time crunch at this point. I just need to make sure that I keep working on it and don't get too complacent, because if I do, then I will be crunching at the end. But so far, as of now, I'm doing alright time-wise. So, let's get back into it. And I remembered to bring my crochet hook back upstairs. Ha ha ha. Okay, yes. Oops. I pull up the pattern. Or I just blindly start stitching. So, no D&D recap today. We were scheduled to have a session yesterday, but various people were under the weather, so we voted to not do it. We are hoping to do a makeup session next week, which means there would be a D&D recap next week, so we'll see how that goes. Computer fan is making mildly concerning noises, but I'm sure it's probably fine. But it does help if I turn my light on for my eyes. Yes, I do need to name the flamethrower duck, but you didn't put what name you wanted in the text box of the request. So my request just says, it's finally time. So I need you to remind me how to spell the name of the duck. Also, I'm not sure why the music is so loud today. I will turn it down a bit when I get up to name the duck. I think the OBS update, like, I don't know, reset some of the sliders maybe? You really hear the ducks. Yeah, for some reason the PC audio is like really loud. And I don't know why. You don't hear music, you hear ducks. Okay. I will fix that as soon as you remind me what you want me to name the flamethrower duck. Also good, new carby. Excellent. Ukla ducky. Okay. Guess let's get that taken care of. Attempt to make the ducks less loud. Alright, stand by. Pretty sure it's this one. La ducky. Okay, that should be better. Sorry for the sudden spike in volume, but it should be better now. Ugh. The audio input was set to the wrong thing. Yeah, apologies. Apologies for the audio spike. I should have turned it down first before switching the input, but I wasn't entirely sure that was the issue, but turns out that was the issue. Don't know if I can hear your background music. I mean, it's playing. It should. Did I turn it down too far? Are you not hearing anything, or are you still mostly hearing ducks? Because there should be some music, but I did turn it down a fair amount. It's quiet, but it's there. Should I turn it up? Should I nudge it up a little bit? I just kind of reflexively went, oh, that's too loud, and pulled the slider way back. I might have pulled it back too far. Very quiet? Alright, let me nudge it up a little bit. There we go. The other problem is that we also have to adjust the sliders when Kara and I do our randomizer. So then I have to fiddle with them basically the start of every stream. Ugh. That should be a little bit better. Alright. Audio is hard. It is. Especially when I don't have any presets, I just have sliders. If I was smart, I'd set up presets. But I don't know how to do that, so I don't. Alright. Come here, yarn. Large pile of yarn. All right. About right. Anyway, what have we learned? That's right, never update OBS. I mean, sure is a lesson I've taken away in times past, yeah? But yes, no D&D recap today. We're just chilling with yarn. Hopefully next week. And also, which day TBD, but Kara and I are absolutely planning to continue our randomizer this week. We meant to stream last week, and then life things just kind of got in the way a bit. So sorry about that. We were really hoping to, because we've been having a ton of fun. But this week for sure. Like I said, which day is kind of TBD, because Kara's work schedule has changed, so we're just kind of trying to suss out what the best day would be. but we'll get to it at some point. Because we're both really excited to continue that. It's been a ton of fun. And if you're not awake in the evening, as some of you are not, because of time zones and geography and other inconvenient things, the VODs should all be up on my YouTube channel, except for, I think, the latest one. I've transferred the latest one over, but haven't actually, like, set it live yet. I'll try to remember to do that after stream today. But yes, we've done 4 episodes so far, and it's been a ton of fun. We are nowhere near finishing, because I don't want to say we bit off more than we could chew, because I don't think we did. But I did purposefully make my settings in Stardew a bit on the harder end, and it shows. As with most randomizers, the beginning is probably the hardest, and there will probably hit a point where progress kind of accelerates as we receive key items. But as of right now, we're just kind of vibing. It's a vibe randomizer. We're in no hurry, and it's been a ton of fun. So yes, for that randomizer, I'm playing Stardew Valley, and Kara is playing Secret of Mana, and it's been a ton of fun. And I will at some point get back to my Oops All Unknown run of Pokemon Infinite Fusions. That is not abandoned, it just hasn't happened for a few weeks. But I am fully planning to get back to that as well. May not be this week, but at some point soon, I hope, because I've been enjoying that one a lot too, and I do not intend to give up on it. Like I said, life has just been a little bit crazy the past few weeks. How's the randomizer going? It is going pretty good. So the way that I set it up, so with Kara playing Secret of Mana and me playing Stardew Valley, there's a little bit of a discrepancy in the number of checks, in the sense that Secret of Mana, all told, being an SNES game, has about 85 checks, I think, in the whole game. Whereas, depending on your settings, Stardew Valley can have like up to 1,000. I think with the settings that I picked, my Stardew Valley seed has about 700 checks. So that's fun. So to try to like equalize that out a little bit, I set it so that certain key items for Stardew Valley are like, they were required to be in Secret of Mana. So all of my seasons, I started randomly in summer, and I do not have access to any of the other seasons until they are unlocked. So all of my seasons, all of my backpack upgrades, all of my barn and coop upgrades, and all of my star drops are set to be in Secret of Mana, like required. So that's been fun. She's gotten me, I think, 1 backpack upgrade. She's gotten me most of my barns and coops, actually, although I haven't actually placed them yet. And she's gotten me several of my star drops, which has been really useful. The big holdups on the Secret of Mana side are that so in Secret of Mana, you have 3 main party members. You start out with 1, and then, of course, you meet the other 2 over the course of the plot. So the other 2 party members are randomized checks. You have to find them. All of her alternate weapons, besides the starting sword, are randomized checks. And the mana seeds that you need to actually, like, the key items that you need to, like, actually finish the game are also checks. So we've found her, I think, 2 out of the 8 required mana seeds. I know where her bow is, one of her alternate weapons. I just need to get it. Because it's sitting in Clint's shop for one of the tool upgrades, so I know I need like 5 gold bars to be able to get it. I just haven't gotten it yet. And because we thought we had encountered a glitch and took a look at the spoiler log, I know where one of her party members is. Which I can't get to yet. So it's been really interesting. My bundles absolutely chose violence because I had the bundles randomized as well. I believe I sent you the clip for that of me surveying my. That's just my first round of bundles. I don't have any of the others even unlocked yet. So that's been fun. I'm terrified of what the fish tank is gonna give me. But I'm really enjoying it. It's gonna be good. I think whenever we finally finish this randomizer, I'm probably gonna propose another one, or I'll just do like a solo Stardew randomizer because I'm really enjoying it. It's been a ton of fun. Yeah, so the other interesting thing about Secret of Mana is that the alternate weapons each have an ability that you actually use to like navigate the world. So like for instance, the sword will be able to cut down bushes that are in your way. I believe the axe smashes like certain rocks and barriers. The whip you can kind of use as like a grappling hook to like latch onto things and pull yourself across gaps. So she actually does need the axe and the whip to finish the game in order to like get places that she needs to go. And we have no idea where either one of those is yet. So that's fun. And a party member who can actually cast magic. Yeah, she needs either of her other 2 party members, because the starting party member for Secret of Mana is a warrior, and does not cast magic. So even though I've managed to unlock a couple of her magic categories, she can't actually use them at all until she gets another party member, so that's kind of inconvenient. So, yeah. Fine. It's totally fine. But yeah, I haven't found any of my other seasons yet, so I'm just about to finish summer, and when that happens, summer will start again. Because I don't have any other seasons to move to, but that's probably fine. I do already have both the Ginger Island and the Desert Obelisks, which is kind of cool because that means free teleports to those locations. Which is kind of rad. But yeah, it's like I said, there'll probably come a point where it'll just kind of accelerate. But we're not there yet. We haven't really decided, because there's every possibility that there will come a point where Carol will be able to finish Secret of Mana, and I'll still be a ways away from finishing Stardew. We haven't really discussed what'll happen at that point. We may just have Kara finish Secret of Mana, and then it transitions into a solo Stardew playthrough for me to finish up whatever bundles I have left. I don't know. It'll probably depend on how close I am to the end when we hit that point. We'll play it by ear. We'll figure it out. Okay. So I think this week we'll start with me playing Stardew, again, because I know where the bow is. And I should be able to get the bow for her with just a little bit of grinding. And then maybe we'll get lucky and like oopsie into some other good check for her in the process. I don't know. We'll see. It may be a stream of entirely Stardew Valley. I don't know. Kara, do you have any other... Do you have a sense of like where some other checks on your side might be that you might be able to get to? Or are you really at a point where it's like, yeah, I need the axe or the whip or a party member in order to proceed much further? Or are you uncertain? Oh, that's right. You can go into the gold tower. I did get you that key. That is true. So yeah, we'll start off with Stardew Valley. I'll get you the bow because that'll at least be useful. And then yeah, you're right. You can still do the gold tower. You were saying that the Mana Fortress would be a lot easier if you had a few more things, though. But I mean, I suppose it's worth a shot. Go in and see how far you can get without being blocked. Just being very diligent about marking off my pattern here so I don't completely lose my place. Because these little sections where I'm flipping back and forth a lot between the rainbow yarn and the black yarn, it is actually very easy to kind of lose count of where I am. And I don't feel like having to recount the entire row. Oh yeah, Kara, keep an eye on the ducks. Make sure I actually named the correct one. I'm pretty sure I did, but it's not breathing fire in the menu screen. So I'm not 100% certain I named the correct duck. I'm fairly certain I did, but keep an eye on it and make sure it does blow fire. Or if you see another unnamed one blowing fire. Coffee? As a reminder, no D&D recap today. Not end up having a session yesterday. So hopefully there will be a makeup session next week. But we'll see. Stand by. Everyone was too eepy after fighting the dragon. Good morning. Welcome in, welcome in. You're having a lovely Sunday. There are now 2 foxes in chat. How exciting. Okay. Five, 7. Alright, bulky yarn, behave for me. Yarn is slightly chunkier than I wanted it to be, but it is the right color, so I'm gonna make it work. Solana can't make me. I assume you're referring to the fact that you're out of bed, Randus. You can always go back to bed. It's Sunday. No one's stopping you. Or are you referring to the yarn behaving? Because that's also probably true. This is the same yarn, but a different color than what I used for Rest of Kindness down here. So it will work. It's just bulkier than the rest of the yarn and a bit stiffer. But yeah, it'll be fine. It'll work out. Like I said, it's slightly annoying to work with, but it will work. mean that too, but it was in response to the yarn behaving. Yeah, it's fine. It's probably could probably also modify these stitches a little bit, make them slightly less bulky, but I want to preserve the look of the blanket and make it all look uniform. Like I said, it's just for the two crests and they're such a small area. It'll be fine. Yeah, one more. All right. You. I'm very pleased with how this pattern is coming out. So this is a blanket I'm working on for charity. It'll be part of a charity fundraising auction in the fall. And it's Digimon themed. So I know it's real hard to see, but I've got a Digivice in the center. And then I've got all the crests along the outside. So this bit is the bottom bit of what will be the crest of knowledge. But yeah, I'm really happy with how it's turning out. And I'm probably going to end up making 2 of them because, like I said, this one's going to a charity auction and I kind of want one for myself. So I might just make a second one that I can keep. Now that I see how cool it looks actually made up. Cursey words, yes and no. I don't mind it. Like, I try not to swear every other word, but a few do slide out occasionally, so it's fine. Especially when I'm gaming, because I do gaming streams occasionally. And the cursey words do slip out during the gaming streams. Sometimes. But yeah, thank you. I'm very much enjoying this blanket. It is very thick and warm as well. Like, this is so much yarn. It's so thick. Heavy as hell? Yeah. Shipping it for the auction is gonna be interesting. I I haven't calculated that math yet because the blanket's not done. But the final numbers are going to be interesting as far as like size and weight and how much it costs to ship it. My plan is to get it done early enough that I don't have to ship it express, because that would be awful. But it needs to be, I need to have it there, like delivered, by September 15th. So my goal is to ship it no later than September 1st. But I am on track for that. Like, I'm 2/3 done with this, probably. I'm definitely past the halfway point. So it's just a matter of keeping on track and not slacking off. I'm trying to keep my pace to 1 row a day, because I can easily do 1 row like in the evening after I get home from work. And as long as I keep to the pace of 1 row a day, I'll be finished in plenty of time. And that gives me a little bit of leeway for days where I don't manage to make a row. But like I said, I just don't want to try. I want to try not to slack off too much, because then I might be in trouble. Yes, so this will be going to Desert Bus for Hope, which is a charity fundraiser done every year in benefit of Child's Play charity. I think it's just bus, Kitsune. It should just be bus. I also don't know if I've... Okay, apparently I haven't updated my version. Nightbot might be EP kits. I did have a Nightbot version. But yeah, so I've contemplated doing things for GDQ before. I've just never had time. But yeah, this will be going to Desert Bus for Hope, which this year is running in October. There we go. Thank you, Kitsune. Yeah, they do a week-long marathon where they play essentially the most boring game ever created. And the more that we donate, the longer they have to play it. But of course they keep it interesting with like skits and games and prizes and all kinds of stuff. Bought it last year. Excellent. Yeah, Desert Bus is amazing. I've been involved for several years now, and it's always a great time. And it's a great cause, of course. It is positivity that we sorely need in the world right now. For many reasons. I do wish a little bit that so much of this crochet wasn't black on black, because I know it doesn't show up super well on camera, but c'est la vie. Is how it goes sometimes. Thank you, kits. Ooh, yes, go make dinner. Reminder for anyone else, if you're in a time zone where you need to eat something, please go find food. Also, if you're due to take medications, please take your medications. What is for dinner, kits? My camera really doesn't know what to do with black yarn, does it? Hopefully pasta bake. Excellent. But yeah, I went with the Digimon theme this year, because I've done Pokemon prizes in the past, every year there's usually a couple Pokemon prizes from various people, and my wife and I were doing a Digimon rewatch earlier this year, and it just kind of occurred to me, like, I've never actually seen a Digimon prize at Desert Bus. I should make one. So then I sat down and designed up this blanket and really liked it, and submitted it, and they liked it enough that they accepted it. So, like I said, I bought enough yarn. I will probably end up making 2 of them because I want to keep it. So I will have to make a second one for myself. But at least the second one won't be on a deadline. And in making this one, I've learned a lot of tricks for making it a bit more efficient than it was when I started. One of your friends. Yes, by all means. It's yeah. I've gotten that reaction several times. Like I've posted in progress pictures in various places for the Desert Bus community, and I've gotten that reaction several times where they're like, "Oh heck, it's a Digimon prize. There goes my budget." Is the yarn I'm working with right now unplying? So these strands are plied. This strand is not. This is a single strand. So yeah, it's a bit fluff, not fluffier. Fluffier is the wrong word, but it is single strand. This one is not plied. Yeah, it doesn't come across on camera really well, but it's like a rainbow yarn. It's a acrylic wool blend, and I believe the black bits are wool, and then the colored bits are acrylic. And the acrylic is dyed in a really cool rainbow pattern that I really liked. As the overall pattern, you can kind of see it here. I've got it arranged so it's almost like a sort of a digital static pattern, where when you hold the whole blanket up, it'll look kind of like sound waves or static. And I really liked the way that the rainbow yarn looked for that. It's really soft too, because it's got the wool blend into it. It's a really soft yarn. That's okay. Then the other nice thing about this pattern and the way that this stitch works is if I accidentally skip a stitch, it actually doesn't really matter because it will correct itself on the next row. Because I'm following a pattern and I have an exact number of, I guess, pixels, it'll automatically fix itself. It might be a little bit awkward. I might have to like shimmy it a little bit to get it to fix, but it will fix itself. All right. Okay. How far? Okay. Yeah. Keep carrying this purple yarn for a bit. So this, for the return row, I'm only doing single crochets through the back loop so that I can use the front loop on my next row. Which is occasionally a bit of a pain, but that's all right. That actually if I accidentally do a single crochet through both loops, that actually causes more problems than skipping a stitch. Because then I don't have anywhere to anchor the double crochets for the next row, and I have to like really futz it. It's happened once or twice. It usually just means I put the double crochets through one of the double crochets instead of through the loop where they're supposed to be. But no project is perfect. No project should be perfect. There's probably somewhere in this blanket at least one stitch where it's only got one double crochet in it instead of two, probably, statistically. Haven't noticed any yet, but I'm sure they're in there. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's one stitch out of... Oh, I did the math at one point. I think it's close to 47,000. I did the math and I've already forgotten what the math is. Well, so it's 47,000 total, counting the single crochets on the back rows. Because it's 92 or 96. Hang on. Now I need to be counting then. 10, 20, 30, 40, 80. 93. I have my pattern open. It's 93 pixels across, and each pixel is 5 stitches, technically. Because it's... Here. Yeah, so each pixel... Let me try to find one here that I can actually show you. So each pixel would be 1 double crochet, 2 double crochet, a single crochet on the front, and then for the back, 2 more double crochet. So each pixel is like 5 stitches. So it's 92 across, and then however many, I counted at one point how many rows tall it is. I don't remember that number right off, but I think it came out to 47,000 something stitches. But again, that's counting all the single crochets as well. It's not 90, or it's not 47,000 boxes. It's 47,000 individual stitches. It is very chonk. It is extremely chonk, yes. It is full bed size. Also, hi, Kite. Oh man, I'm late for D&D recap. Wait, heck, I'm really late for D&D. Aren't we all, Kite? Also, I hope are you back home, or are you still traveling? I hope your convention went well. Hope you had fun, despite headaches and things. This... Nope, one more stitch. Nine hours of traveling to attend 3 hours of convention? Oh no! I hope you enjoyed the 3 hours. I'm sorry your headache was being a bother. You have, however, read 4 entire novels? Okay, okay. Bright sides. Were they good novels? Were they decent novels? Oh yes, I saw the pictures of the dice. Always need more d8s. Especially when you play a monk. Okay, now we just vibe for most of the rest of the row. Calico Fox has redeemed a stretch and a hydrate. As a reminder, those are for everybody, not just me, so you all also need to stretch and hydrate. Yes, thank you very much for the redemption. I definitely needed the stretch. Meh. You do some non-convention things? That's good. Oh, linen trousers are excellent. I have a pair that I wear for work, and they're wonderful in the summer. I should actually probably check and see if they still fit for this year. Alright. Do some hand stretches as well. Real quick. Much better. And as usual, I'll be taking a break in a little bit, so we can also get up and do some extra stretches then. Do we only need to do one real quest? There's no way that can take us a year. I mean, I'm thinking our next... I think whether we like it or not, we're probably going to end up dealing with the kobolds next, because I have a feeling they're not going to be happy that we've been slaying dragons. Well, I mean, we know for a fact they're not happy with us slaying dragons. It's just whether or not they decide to actively do anything about it. I feel like that's going to be our next big problem. Also, Kite, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but I'm trying to figure out where the hell you traveled to that was 9 hours away in the UK. Did you, like, go to Scotland for this convention or something? I didn't think anything was 9 hours away in the UK. So it's only 2.5 hours away on paper. Oh, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. It was just 9 hours total travel. Okay, that makes a little more sense. I was like, where the heck? Like, did you go to France? But today's a really bad travel day. Fair. I am sorry it took so long then. That seems extremely inconvenient. Wow, that's a bold thing to type when Kara's in the chat. Although I think she is currently doing things in the kitchen rather than paying attention. But still, brave words to type. I feel like even if we did decide that was a good idea, Glint would not let us. Also, those scouts are unionized. So I really don't think we could get away with that. Ooh, Kite, while you're visiting, we could go to the farmer's market here again. That's always fun. Also, Kara and I realized that you're going to be here for Canada Day, so we will be seeing fireworks somewhere. We just need to figure out where, because we are not taking you downtown. F that. We spent Canada Day downtown once, and we are too old for that shit now. Is Ottawa hosting any footballs? I don't believe so, no. I think it's just Toronto and Vancouver. There's nothing this far north. We're a bit too far from the border, I think. Also, we're like... Ottawa is strange in that we are a decent-sized city, but we're also very much a federal city. Like, we have a stadium, and like we do have football and hockey teams, but they're not like the big ones, and like we really wouldn't have the venues to be able to host World Cup. I would not want to try to cram a World Cup match into the Breton Flats. Good God. One of those towns that kind of shuts down on holidays? Yeah, pretty much. And like more like there's not a ton of nightlife. Like there's some clubs and stuff downtown, but like nothing really massive. Like it's a very straight-laced is probably the wrong word, and conservative is probably also the wrong word, but like kind of along those lines, if you know what I mean. It's definitely not Toronto. For various reasons. It's a very quiet town considering the size that it actually is. It also doesn't help that we're pretty much dead center between Montreal and Toronto. So it's one of those things where it's like, oh, there's gonna be a big concert. Well, they're gonna hit Montreal and they're gonna hit Toronto, and everyone from Ottawa that wants to go can travel to one of those two places, so why bother having a tour date in Ottawa? You know? It's that kind of thing. Or like, oh, there's a big festival in Montreal, let's all go there. No, we don't need to hold a festival in Ottawa, we can just go to the one in Montreal. Need to have the UK mindset where some bands will do both Bristol and Bath, cities where people regularly commute between by bike. Huh. I mean, everything is closer together in the UK, though. It would be my argument. But yeah, I will say the fireworks that they do downtown on Canada Day are fairly spectacular. Tara and I did it once when we were much younger. Uh, and there were way too many people, way too much noise. Like, I am glad that we did it the once, but I have no real desire to do it again. Unless you really want to experience that, Kite. But something tells me you probably do not. We're looking at probably going out to one of the suburbs that has, I think, their own fireworks display. I feel like that will be more manageable. Far less hectic. Just a matter of if we can easily get there via transit or not. Something capital. Yeah, exactly. Again, it is very cool to watch the fireworks directly over Parliament's Hill. I'm glad we did it once. I'm in no hurry to do it again. You have done the New Year's fireworks in London, and even having a partner to kiss did not make that worth it. Yeah, yep, okay, cool. It seems like we have similar feelings on downtown fireworks festivals then. Excellent. Good to know. I'm playing my usual game where I'm trying to discern through sound alone what the heck Kara is doing down in the kitchen. First she was doing dishes, but now it sounds like she's washing rice? Question mark? Possibly making lunch? Question mark? Gathering power? I mean, also yes, probably. Yes, exactly, Randus. Too much noise, too much crowds. It's, yeah, not impossible to get there and get back because transit is a mess because of all the crowds. Yeah. No, thank you. Throw in the factor that a significant proportion of that crowd is probably drunk, mildly or otherwise. I'll just stay home very much. Or, like I said, probably go out to one of the suburbs. Google makes Kubo coffee. Gone wrong. Explosion. Savage. Oh no. I hope not. Kara? I have a weird question. I'm playing a game of try to determine through sounds alone what Kara is doing down in the kitchen. I could hear you doing dishes, but then it sounded like you were making rice. It sounded to me like the sound of when you pour dry rice into the rice maker, like that shh, like kind of sand sound. It could have also been the sponge, I think, scrubbing across like a frying pan or something.
I was scrubbing a frying pan. There
That
was
might have
no
been
rice involved.
Well, so the thing
but I
is,
also ran the water more than once because it was really murky.
Well, but so the thing is, because it's downstairs and through a closed door, it distorts the sound just enough that it's a fun game for me to try to figure out what the heck I'm hearing.
It may have also been me. I had it on like the, for lack of a better power head setting to fill the pot from last night to soak.
Ah, okay, that might have also been it.
And it was also full of like
cutlery.
Yeah, well, like cooking cutlery.
Oh yeah,
like spatulas and
yeah.
spoons and stuff. Yeah, so it was probably pattering.
Neat. Thank you.
But yes, I was indeed washing dishes.
Thank you. Careful with how would I accidentally summon Merlin by calling Kara's name? Oh, coffee. Right. Yes. Sorry, you said C word and I was like, Kara? Fair. Pasta bake in oven. Today's pasta bake does not have bacon bits in it. It has chorizo. Ooh. Tasty, tasty. Reminder to everybody else to also get food if you need to. Yes, this is a reminder I will be giving you multiple times, as usual. Reheat leftover pizza. Excellent. That is still food. Still excellent. Yeah, I'm just gonna get to the end of this row and then I was gonna take my break. Very close. Sure. You have been summoned. Hello, Merlin. I did use the C word. Okay. Good morning, Merlin. Almost good afternoon. Not quite. There we go. Ooh, movies. Excellent. Project Hail Mary. I have heard that that is very good. Like, my dad, the aerospace engineer, is like, that is his new favorite movie. He loves it. So yeah, enjoy. I have been meaning to see it. Yeah, I've heard zero bad things, exactly. Okay, but yes, I have reached the end of this row. I am going to take a quick break. Everybody get up, stretch, move around, grab refills on your drinks, all of that usual stuff. But don't go too far away. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Once I have done all of those things. Stay. go. I have returned. Hello, friends. Hi, Barris. Hi, Kuma. Yeah. Kuma, I have given Sasha scritches for you. But also hugs for Kuma as well. Eh. I'll just be a second further before I pick my yarn back up because I'm going to have a quick lunch. Our local grocery store started putting out these frozen microwavable, quote-unquote, onigiri, but they're actually really good, especially for the price. So Kara and I have been acquiring them for lunches. I'm just going to nom one real fast. Because really, it's hard to mess up rice and fish wrapped in seaweed. Not really as crispy as I would usually want. But again, for the price they're charging, pretty damn good. Also, Barris, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. I'm just nomming. It's good so far. How was your bike ride this morning? I mean, I suppose the tuna and mayo could be a sort of jelly. Clear and sunny, you are in pain. Oh no. The ride comes ever closer, Barris. Oh no. Played golf yesterday. So many penalties, so many lost balls, so many found balls. Amazing. I'm assuming you lost your own and then found other people's? Is how that worked? Does it even out? Are you allowed to kidnap abandoned balls? Okay. Need to flip that. Second here. You'd lose one, go hunting for it, and find 3 to 4 friends while hunting for yours. Yeah, I am given to understand that's kind of just how golfing goes. I don't typically golf, but my dad does. And I'm given to understand that losing and finding balls are just kind of... That's just kind of a fact of golf. It's so expensive. Yeah. Was it... I'm assuming you were probably out with friends and or coworkers. Did you at least have an enjoyable social time? I'm given to understand that the main point of golf is for the social time, honestly. You go solo? Oh. I mean, that feels like it would probably be meditative in its own way. Like taking a walk with extra steps. A very expensive walk with extra steps. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like Kuma's me time. Precisely. Mostly doing it for the exercise? That's also fair. Nope, that's not the stitch I need. This is the front of the piece. Totally awake, as you can absolutely tell. I'm gonna have coffee. That is fair, Kite. But Kuma is correct in that golf nominally does exercise more muscles. And also potentially throws out your back. But you know, wins and losses. Yeah, the post I did a thing age reminder. Yeah. I'm also getting there. I moved offices in the last week. Or, well, week before now. But I spent about an hour crawling around under various desks, unhooking and moving, and then rehooking up my computer. And let me tell you, I was not expecting to be sore after just, like, crawling around under a desk for an hour, but gosh, I was. Not terribly. But I was still kind of like, ow, why do my shoulders hurt? Oh yeah. You could totally throw your back out forest walking. Yeah, but you're special, Kite. Speaking of, we're hoping that the weather will be nice enough and you'll be less jet lagged enough that we can actually finally take you on a good walk around Hog's Back. Because that's a really nice area of the city. The trick is to have an athletic, climby, jumpy girlfriend. That's how one injures themselves while walking. Actually, Kite, now that you point that out, I'm thinking back to a certain incident on our honeymoon. To be fair, that was slightly more than just a walk, but still. Kara managed to twist an ankle. I had to carry Kara. That didn't go well for either of us. So yes, I see your point. Okay, yes, that is fair. You folded it and fully sprained it. That is very true. It swelled up very large the following day. Also, to be fair, Kara was definitely not wearing shoes appropriate to the area we ended up in. Thus leading to the sprained ankle. When her wedge sandals just kind of folded under her on an uneven bit of ground. But at least you didn't fall in the ocean. Never walk in sandals. Yeah, the problem was that sandals, I think, were all we had with us on that trip because we weren't expecting to, like, get into any rough terrain whatsoever. But there's a bit along the beach where we were, where, like, the beach turns into, caves is the wrong word. It's a sandstone cliff where over the years the waves have worn out like a half moon curve that you can actually walk along, and it is really cool. But the bottom of it, because it's, you know, naturally eroded, is really rough. So that didn't turn out well. Very cool. Got some neat pictures. And could have gone a lot worse. But didn't end up fantastically. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, we walked down that way because we were promised otters. We did not see any otters. Alright, hang on, I've missed some. What I get for trying to talk. I undo it. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. Food eated, excellent. Congratulations on your foods. Clap, 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 clap. Except now you will eat an orange. Excellent. Vitamins are good, so I am told. Hey, Kara, should I bake something this afternoon? And make muffins or possibly giant cookies. I do want to try to figure out cake recipe, but the problem with baking is that the problem with baking a cake is I don't have anywhere to then deposit a cake because Kara and Jade and I should not and probably could not eat a cake by ourselves. But it feels weird to like take a cake to work with no occasion. You know what I mean? It's one thing to be like, here, I baked muffins, but to be like, here, I baked a cake for no reason feels weird. I don't know. We went to a Japanese grocery store last week and got a bottle of yuzu extract that I really want to try baking with. I just need to figure out what I want to do with it. The occasion is wanted cake. That's fair. Because what I'm thinking is like a pistachio sponge cake with then a yuzu whipped icing on top. Three-person household can get through a 9-inch Victoria sponge pretty quickly. That's true. That's a fair point. I do also have like little mini cake pans. Ooh, that's a thought. Have those mini cake pans. I would just need to find a base recipe that I can like cut in half fairly easily. Okay. That said, I don't currently have pistachios. So if we wanted pistachio cake today, we would have to go get at least pistachios. Okay, ball. We live over there now. Could just do a light yuzu chiffon cake or something. That's also true. We have plenty of the extract. I can do multiple things. I'm just curious about pistachio and yuzu together. Because it sounds like it would be tasty. Why is everything tangles? There's only 4 balls of yarn here. You shouldn't be getting this tangled around each other. There's only 4 of you. Yeah, that works. Day. Also, hey Kara, reminder, you have tea. I made you some. Sometimes balls of yarn just fall in love. Yeah, I mean, you're not that incorrect. You say one of them might have the other wrapped around their little finger. No, because look, if my yarn has bones, I have much larger concerns. I really hope none of my yarn balls have fingers. I suppose I could use them for amigurumi, and then they'd have fingers. But that's not the intention. If yarn can have tails, it can definitely have fingers. You know what? That's a fair point, I guess. Yeah, that's a fair point. Funny. Maybe she means specifically the wild rabbits. IDK. Benet. Love a good benet. suppose I should figure out some kind of a funny naming scheme for when I start getting animals on my randomized Stardew. Since it's a randomized game, do I just go with the randomized names? Do I re-randomize until I find a randomized name I like? Or do I come up with some, like, unified scheme? No, honestly, I think your scheme still works, Kits. I don't know why I'm mixing the two of you up today specifically. Because, like, as you said on stream, Kits, you have Wagyu after Wagyu beef, you have Angela after Angus beef, and you have horse after Tesco beef. I feel like that works fine. And that's true, your initial scheme was asking chat. That is also true. Yes, ask chat and chat will create patterns for you. Is how that typically works. Chat is a system for turning possible patterns from humans into patterns to be deciphered by humans. You know what? You're not wrong. In fact, you are very correct. Chat is robot? No, I don't think so. I think chat is random chat generator. Is I feel more of what we're going for here. Is there a pattern here? Who knows? Figure it out. Hmm. 12:39. If I manage to get through another entire row, might have to have Kara bring me a yarn. Or take a brief break to go get it myself. Because not this row, but the next row, we start the Crest of Courage. And I forgot to grab my orange yarn ball. Hour and a half? Yeah, we might get there. On how distracted I get. Aha! I see. Anti-sore brigade. By the miracle of stretching today, you hope to stave it off. Amazing. Hope that works for you. Also, we've got a board game arena redemption. Probably not going to be a very long distraction, because I'm actually really low on boards at the moment. I need to get around to making some more, but like I keep saying, life has been a bit bonkers the last week or two. Alright, yes. Stand by. Board games. Yeah. Okay, I want, I think this one helps if I have Board Game Arena open. Well, there we go. Excellent. And there we go. I know, I keep saying I'll make boards. Look, work has been ridiculous. Ooh, dinosaurs. Okay, let's see here. Cribbage. I could play a 10. Love that. Okay, yes, this one. Okay. So I have probably 3 red here. So I need at least another orange to be useful. And then more purples probably. So let's... I definitely need another orange though, because I only have 2. The 2 here is already taken, and the 2 here is already taken. So let's grab that. Okay. More cribbage. Yet more cribbage. Play a king or a king? Oh, I have to play both. I totally knew that. 3-point hand for Dobby. 16-point hand for me. Love that queen on the flop. That was extremely useful. And a 0-point crib. That's fine. Honestly. Okay, 2 cards to Dobby's crib. Well, that's easy. I love when the choices are easy. Let's see. One. Let's do that. No aces. That's okay.
Okay. 6-point hand for kits. 6-point hand for me. Alright, alright. And a 6-point crib. I think I'm in a pretty good place here, but who knows? Ooh. This is slightly mean. I guess that. Okay. Ooh, if I can flip the deer, that would be fantastic. Or, honestly, a compass or pine. Either one would be nifty. For now, I guess let's grab the ribbon. I am ahead, but you know what? Let's risk it. Okay, play that. This is a 10-point hand for me. Huzzah. 8-point hand for kits. And a 4-point crib. Excellent. I'm almost there. Ooh. So we have the 5, 6, 7. We have 6, 9. We have 2 jacks. It is my crib. Oh, this is annoying. Probably this. Okay. Eat. Move myself 2 cells. Nope. That. And then slipstream. And let's discard the 2. See if we can get maximum neum. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Here. So I need this little elbow here. So I need 2 whites, and I need either 2 blues or 2 pinks. We do have a decent variety here. There's both a blue and a pink, but let's grab a wild, because I definitely need those 2 whites. Okay, next. Okay, last round of the game. And I've once again painted myself into a bit of a corner here, but that's probably fine. Could do 4. Could do 4 of these. Let's see. See if I can manage it. All right, there we go. We are caught up. See if I can remember to make myself some boards this afternoon, perhaps. All right, thank you very much, friends. I will return to my sewing chair. It was a little bit of a distraction. Is it enough? I suppose we'll find out. Actually, hang on. While I'm not in my sewing chair, I am going to run downstairs and grab my ball of orange yarn. I'll be right back. Everybody sit tight.
This is Courage colored, right? This is the color of Courage. Come here with the blanket. There we go. Go in the bin. Courage was purple? Don't think so, no. Because knowledge is purple. Unless we are thinking about very different things. I'm basing this off of original Digimon Adventure with the color code. Specifically Digimon Adventure 01. Season 1 or whatever you want to call it. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Fair. Yes, he was indeed purple. Now I get it. I was like, no. I was trying to remember if, like, because there's been, you know, multiple seasons of the anime, and of course multiple Digimon games, and none of them featured the crests, like, as heavily as Adventure did. But they did, like, they were still a thing. So I was trying to remember if, like, in one of the other series, if they, like, switched up the colors or something. I got you now, though. I gotcha. I never watched, I'm aware of Courage the Cowardly Dog, but I never watched it. It was never, like, that style of, like, over-the-top, like, I guess, gross-out animation kind of style, like, never jived with me, especially not as a kid. So I just, like, never really watched it. Why is the image so tilted? Camera's tilted. what we should also maybe do this afternoon, Kara? Go walk. It actually looks good. If it's not actively raining by the time I'm done stream. Recommend walking to a nice tea shop. We do have one of those within walking distance. Honestly, we have a couple of them within walking distance, depending on how long of a walk we want. Okay, blanket. Gotta behave. I know there's so much of you at the moment. Seasonal special at your tea shop right now is a blueberry matcha with a flavored whipped cream on top. Ooh, that does sound very good. We have, there's a local smoothie chain that does a blueberry matcha, vanilla frozen yogurt, like blended smoothie. That's one of my favorite things during the summer. Another row complete.
Za.
Now we off so that we can flip it around. Honestly, at this stage, the flipping it over is the worst part because there's just so much blanket. Ugh. All right, we're good. Everything is fine.
Come here, yarn ball. There. For some reason, that direction. There we go.
Crochet, crochet. That is the name of stream. There's so much blanket, you guys. Ah! See, the frustration is now no longer how many strands of yarn, because that's far more manageable, but now it's just like the sheer bulk of the blanket. There's just so much blanket. Trying to like maneuver it around on my lap to work on it is half the challenge. Just, well, maneuver it around on my lap to work on it while still keeping it in view of the camera while I'm working on it. this is. All right, time to flip this thing over again. I almost used a much different word. Still probably fairly accurate, to be honest. Oh boy. All right. Now. There we go. Has been done. So close yet so far to go still. Yeah, like I said, I'm about 2/3 done. A rough and dirty count of my pattern shows I've probably got about 35, 37-ish rows to go still. Which, again, sounds like a lot, but isn't actually that much. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 rows. Right about there. So, if I've got like 35 left to go, it's not too bad. Actually. Again, I'm about 2/3, I think. So, if I can continue to keep up the pace of like roughly 1 row a day, I'm in perfectly good shape. Because that's 35 days, a month. That would get me done early July. If I do 1 row every other day, that's August, I'm still in pretty good shape. So, and especially considering streaming days like today, I've done, what, 2 rows? 2.5? Yeah, we're doing good, we just can't slack off. Not true. I could totally slack off and pull a Yalk Power Month in September. That's a pretty good trick, Randus, considering that they want the crafts delivered no later than September 15th. Because of the earlier Desert Bus run, there's an earlier deadline. So my goal is to get it shipped no later than September 1st. Like, September 1st is the absolute latest that I can ship this. And even then, I would probably, if I was shipping it September 1st, I would probably ship it express. Try to make sure it got there. My goal is to hopefully have it done at some point in August. And the earlier I can get it done, the better. But yes, the goal is not to have a crunch month in August. I do not wish to try to cram the last bits. That's why I started it so early, and why I've been trying really hard to keep a consistent workflow on it, so that I'm not having to crunch at the last minute. But I'm also very conscious that somehow it's already June. Well, tomorrow. But like, grief. Time is fake. Time is fake and it needs to stop. Also, Kara's been making very good progress on her project. For anyone not aware, she's also working on a Desert Bus project this year. She's doing a set of cross stitches. Smaller ones, so each individual one is probably about like that. So not super big. But really cool looking. She is cross stitching the sort of stylized hunt bill designs for the monsters in Monster Hunter World. There's like a really cool stylized art style they use to like represent the monsters in like the hunt bills and the hunter's guide and stuff. So she's doing 4 for sure is her goal, but if she has time she'll do like extra bonus ones. And they look really cool so far. The Kuluyaku is mostly done, and now she's working on Nergigante. But yeah, they look really neat. I'm excited to see progress on them. Or continued progress on them, rather. Oh no! Are you able to, like, stop by a market on your way home tomorrow to grab stuff? Or is this, like, a Sunday specific, like, farmer's market kind of place that you usually go? But also, that's rough. I'm so sorry. Sunday farmer's market, yeah. Boo. You can get store groceries, but it's not quite the same. Yeah, no, absolutely. Very, very fair. Okay. I think that's probably a good place to call it. Didn't quite make it over to the Crest of Courage thanks to Randus's excellent board game distraction. But that's okay. Never fear, we will get there. In fact, again, considering I'm aiming to do roughly a row a day, should be several rows further from here when you see this next Sunday. So, yeah. But in the meantime, like I said, at some point this week, Kara and I should be coming on in the evening to do another randomizer stream. Exact date TBD. We're still trying to kind of work out which day works best for Kara's new work schedule. But we will figure that out. And otherwise, I should be back next Sunday for more of this. Oops, sorry about that. More yarn, always more yarn. And hopefully next week a D&D recap as well. So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, I hope everybody has a great Sunday afternoon, a great rest of your week. Stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, be good people, look on the bright side, and I'll see all of you in the future. Sunday works best for everyone's work schedule? Well, yes, that's why I have this stream on Sundays. I mean, it is possible we could do randomizer bonus streams on Sunday afternoons if we wanted. But Sunday is also the day that we typically do laundry and other chores. So, you know. But yeah, we'll get it worked out. Well, we have no intention of stopping the randomizer. It is a ton of fun. But until then, I will see you guys all later.